Good morning and welcome back to the Coin King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. I'm going to be keeping it kind of light today since today is a holiday. Traditional markets will not be open today. Overnight selling will resume, and I believe around about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight, something like that. So just going to keep it simple here today. Sell off yesterday, Bitcoin. We got some news. From Donald Trump on tariffs. And while yes, that has something to do with it, we also had mass liquidations. It's the weekend. Liquidity is very low. So once people start getting liquidated, it's just a cascade effect. And so we got pretty low in our RSI. The last time I had looked at it, we were down to like an 11 or something like that. At least on the 15-minute time frame, was down to about 11. On the 1 hour time frame, I believe that we were um, lower 20s, maybe upper teens, and then the 4 hour time frame, the same thing. So we did get pretty low across those three time frames. I could see daily, not so bad. I think the daily was somewhere still around 40s, 40 plus 50, something like that. But the 15-minute, wow, the 11 when we got down here, we got sell side liquidity sitting at here. We didn't even take the liquidity from the low, which that's cool. But we were just kind of sideways and chopping about. As I think that options trading has a lot to do with how we tend to just kind of go sideways until market opens. Um, After following up on every weekend, even on the weekdays, how we just tend to go sideways and stay in this little squeeze, and then market opens, and then we have a whole bunch of volatility right before a decision is made. Options has a lot to do with it, and right now we are still. I don't know how this is going to look on Tuesday when markets reopen, but at the moment of close, we were still gamma positive. So we are going to see some choppiness, and we are going to see price start to get pinned, which is something that I talked about with you the last stream I did. We are going to start to get a little pinned around our largest strike price, which is, I believe, is still like 55, if I'm not mistaken. Which was where we were with the golden pocket tap on Bitcoin, which is just very slightly off from that 382 that we were looking for price action to hit. So yeah, about 55 is what it was. And then we'll have some new options expiring here. I think like the next few months, all the way up until March, are going to be kind of rough. But it's still more longs in the market than shorts or puts. More calls than puts in the market when it comes to Bitcoin options right now, or IBIT options. At least that's what IBIT shares. That's what I've been looking at here for Bitcoin. So we're trying to hold up here. We did get a tap into golden pocket. This is just a back test of this local one right here, but the larger sell-off dropped us directly into the golden pocket. I'll show you right here. So this one dropped us into the golden pocket. Along with this golden pocket, we also have the 4 hour 200 EMA, I believe, was also resting right here. And it was like a perfect tap on that, at least from where I looked at it on Blowfin chart. Okay, so there we have it. Yeah. Perfect tap right here as well. So just a perfect tap, golden pocket, along with that 200 that made for a good little hold of support in here. I did post on that, once I could see that we were trying to stabilize and hold this golden pocket. And I noticed that the 200 was here as well. So some pretty good support came in right here. Also on the daily time frame, we were tapping into the 20 SMA here. So if I put that on, in fact, let me just do it like this instead. So you can see just kind of tapping into that 20 SMA here on the daily time frame. Now, every time frame up to the 4 hour had a tight squeeze on it, and it made sense that the price was going to get the breakdown. I'm gonna explain to you why that made sense here. All right, so if I take that away and I put us onto our actual Bollinger band here, we kept bouncing off of our standard deviation one in here. Now, typically what happens once once you go out here into euphoria, you're gonna do a mean reversion. You're gonna return to the mean. Something I talk about all the time. You'll make a pit stop. A lot of times you make a pit stop right here at your standard one, and then you'll hang around your standard one for a little while before you continue down to the mean here, which is the 20 SMA, and that's basically it. So if we're not holding the 20 SMA next, and guess what we do? We come down here. So this puts us around $89,000. Now we may not exactly hold on to the standard one. It could be this trend line in here. So I also posted on that as well. So like if this expansion is not done, then we could see prices start to continue down here. I'm gonna take us back over here to the 4 hour. Just kind of clear that up too here with the 4 hour. Take away my EMA, but right now some pretty solid support. Oh, before I go forward on that, let me just say here with the daily time frame, we price action and momentum is moving in sync, but it still looks positive right now on the daily time frame. So I'm not panicky just yet. And also momentum is moving a little faster than price action here. And I did start, since the stream on Friday, I started messing around here with the stochastic RSI a little bit more, just been doing some back testing in here. And I can see that the momentum on that is moving relatively faster than price action. The same thing goes right here. If you're looking at this indicator right here, it's simply a RSI versus price action here. And we can see that price action in this case is still moving faster than momentum. We can be price action driven, we can be that, but that usually doesn't make the move as strong when price action is leading. It usually doesn't make it as strong. Now, when they move in sync together, then that makes the move strong. So this could still be a little bit weak here. And a good example of that is going to be here. Over here, you can see how this color right here is this kind of purple looking color right here. So we want to see that flip to green. That means that momentum is moving along with price action. So all of the pushes that we got over here, price action was exceeding momentum, which means basically we're putting in bearish divergence. That's exactly what that means. When price action is ahead of momentum, we're putting in bearish divergence and moving faster than momentum, and say it like that. And so each push up led to a rejection. Each push up led to a rejection. Each push up led to a rejection. And this line remained purple throughout this entire attempt from Bitcoin. Now here we see price action going up, but at this point, momentum is also following price action. So momentum starts to follow price action, and then it fully flips right here. And so we turn green, and so we're able to sustain these moves a lot better, even with this correction right here, which is simply just a back test, and we remained in the green. Um, and we got our next leg up, and I think this back test right here was I can't remember what we hit. It was something. I wasn't looking at a fib level at the time, but okay. So golden pocket back test, which is common, which is very, 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 very common. So golden pocket back test and then a continuation up. And right now it is still green, and price action again is leading this move, which could mean it's not as strong as it looks, and it could be a buy the dip opportunity. Okay, so um yeah, we're still relatively positive right now. So I don't feel panicky. Now, the only thing I can say I don't like is that both have crossed their signal lines. That's about it. They both cross their signal lines, but they both cross the signal line over here. What's gonna be more important to me is if they start to move in sync and they both start to break down um, below the 50. But right now, it still looks like it could just be a correction leading into market open tomorrow. Might be pricing it in already, and then we get that extra little push up here to the upside on Bitcoin. Now on the let's see here on this 4 hour time frame, when I say that we got this expansion, you can see how tight we were in here, and we were already in the process of rolling over. And once we started hanging out, just kind of consolidating along on the standard deviation one right here, just kind of bouncing up and down off of this, not necessarily getting above the 20, and then we did that back test of the 20 and then completely boom, 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 boom. So this was really for me, it was expected. Now I was long. I had a long position open. I believe it was this drop right here that we got um, on Friday. I was long on that, and I got stopped out of the remaining position that I had open on this. I actually never got around to taking any profit off of it either, but I did move my stop loss up from my entry, and so I nickel and dime out of that one. But no biggie. I did enter into a new long position because, like I said, I could see that we were testing the golden pocket, the 200 EMA, and also the 20 SMA. If anything, we'll probably be more sideways for now. 4 hour does indicate that we're either at the bottom with this golden pocket or we're near it. That's what I'm getting from the 4 hour. That's the same thing I told you when we were here, that the 4 hour, if you just use something like your CCI, which is what I told you, if you use something like your CCI and your CCI, and I love the 4 hour when it comes to this, and your CCI smoothing line is at the top side of its channel, what's considered to be um, I'm gonna word it the way we word the RSI, which is relative strength. So, when your smoothing line is at the top side of your channel on your CCI, that's typically where you start to see price action start to reverse. And then at the bottom side, the same thing would go for, and that's typically where you see price action start to, reverse for a pump to the upside. And I'm seeing that on the 4 hour time frame right now. So I think the 4 hour again is either at a bottom, local bottom right here, or we're very near it. Maybe we drop down here to this momentum line here, this trend line right here. Could backtest that and then possibly continue to move up. Now it can continue sideways and down. That's if the indicator's looking to walk the line. We never really know, but all I can say right now is that we probably hit a bottom right here, or we're at it, like we're so close to it, and we'll probably go sideways, leading into tomorrow market open, and then we'll see some sort of a relief pump here to the upside. Doesn't have to give us a lot. We could just end up coming back here towards. At the moment, that's going to be these lows in here. We could just do that and then reject, and then we see that move that I'm not necessarily seeing in that daily time frame right now, which the next place to be down here, we have this sell side liquidity sitting at down here. We also have this next trend line ray right here as well. But at that, if we start to see a squeeze on the daily time frame, then expect for us to go down further. Right now, like I said, nothing in that daily right now is giving me confidence of saying that we're breaking down. Correction, sure, we needed the correction. There's a lot of stuff just wasn't making sense, but outside of that, I can't say that we are. All right, so over here on this 4 hour time frame, it looks like we're getting ready to get a little bit more of a move up in here. We could be anyway. Nothing has crossed in here just yet. But again, we're holding some support through here. Probably just, yeah, like we're hitting this standard deviation too, just trying to get back above this. In the meantime, I can say that we could at least reach this 93,904. And that's just how it goes. You're gonna return to central. But let me put on this CCI and take a look at that with you real quick so we can just see just the basic commodity channel index. And all I do on this one right here is I just set mines, and I shared this the other day. I've shared it a few times. I don't put mines on the 14. 14 is going to be your default. So if I reset the settings, you can see that 14 is going to be your default settings. Now you can go with that. I just find that it can get a little choppy, and I don't want the chop. I don't want to try to guess too much. So I'm gonna cancel that and see how that drops it down, and you get a little less chop by extending the length out a little bit more on the smoothing. So right in here, now it's not gonna be 100%, but what I can tell you is that it will hint at you being at a top or near a top. Like, you don't have that much more to go. All right, so when we were here, you see how this white line right here, which is this it's the smoothing for the CCI, it made its way all the way up to the top side of the channel. That's typically where a reversal is gonna come in at. It works. Now you can walk the line a little bit, but nonetheless, you're at the top or you're near the top, and that's all the way up here. So we start to correct. We start to correct all the way up here. We start to see a correction. All the way at the bottom, we start to see a pump. All the way at the bottom, we start to see a pump. So some sort of resolution is taking place here on the 4-hour time frame. That is happening. So I love to trade extended areas for that reason. And a lot of times I just sit on my hands until I can see we're at an extended area all the way at the bottom. So you want to see it down here at the low of this channel. Like you want it down here, like come through, come through. This is it right here. And that's your entry. That's the only one you need to worry about is getting in down here. And then that's it. And just sit on your hands the rest of the time until it makes its way all the way back up here to the top. Now, sometimes you can, fade out at your mean. Just depends on how strong or how weak something is, but that'll be your first take profit anyway. And then you just let the rest be a runner. But we're at or near it right now. Just based on this, we're at or near it for sure. So I'm long, and if I'm wrong, then I'll reconsider that entry again somewhere right in here. Let's just say maybe we put in some bullish divergence, something like that. That makes it even better. So I'll just get stopped out, and then I'll re-enter. But we're at or near it at least here as far as the 4 hours concerned. So that's one expansion that we got here off of and we're still outside of our band. The only reason why you can't see it right now, let me make sure, because I have this pressure cooker. Where is it? Right here. I have that on. Okay, so we're trying to make our way back in, but that's the extension right there. I don't think I need this right now because we're not squeezing, so I'm gonna just turn that off. Yeah. And then you can see right here, from the little range that we had yesterday, which we were making lower highs throughout here. We were making some lower highs, and when we did get this little spot right here, I think we did have like some bearish divergence or something like that to pop up. Okay, so nothing really showing here on this time frame for it, but yeah, little point of control rejection. But this is how I had it drawn out yesterday. I was looking at it, I think I set it on this one right here, and this is how I had it drawn out. So, like, you may have seen this and been like, "Oh, okay, we're getting ready to break out." But your invalidation would have been somewhere in here, or maybe you'd even set up a reversal if we come back in here, something like that. And then I had this one like this. And yeah, we started to try and get this little push up, and then yeah, we quickly came back through here and we got that breakdown. But this is how I had it drawn out because I could see the lows, the lower highs in here for Bitcoin, which is typically, I mean, a little bit bearish, a little bit bearish. It can be confusing, especially when you have some higher lows in here, but then you have lower highs. But yeah, you can see the slight bear div right here. Slight bear div right here. You won't get bear divs off of this thing right here. The way I've got it set up is what's the word that I use on this? It's adjusted price action. It's not gonna show the way price action itself shows where it continues through. It's adjusted. So it'll flatten out at the top. It won't continue to move all the way through. It's not as static as the MACD, but it performs very similar to the MACD. It just compares price action to the RSI instead. So I'm just studying back testing on both of these right here right now to see how they work. Um, yeah, price action is trying to pick up a little bit in here on this 1 hour time frame. We'll see what we get today. We do have a couple of FEGs through here. I know for sure over here on this time frame right here, we got a couple of FEGs. We had this initial one. We got a little bit of a rejection from that. So we got this next one up here. Um, Alpha indicator fired off a little bit of a long opportunity right in here, just based on the settings that I have for it. But Golden Pocket was probably like the best place to get back in on this thing right here if you were interested in getting in. I know this right here probably scared the bejesus out of a lot of people, and we're already talking about how low we're going to be at 70 something $1,000, blah, 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 all of that good stuff. But the daily still looks like it has some strength in it. Yes, it does. And we're about to exit weakness here in just a minute on this 15-minute time frame. This big squeeze that was up here as well. Big squeeze was up here as well. So could just take that liquidity right there in the meantime, and then ooh. I can say you're no longer at a good place to really want to get long right here. Your stop would have to be too far away. And I think that we're still pretty sideways at the moment here for Bitcoin. I'm gonna move through and talk about, take a look at Ethereum. All right, let's see here. All right, so Ethereum really nothing much different than Bitcoin. Now Ethereum actually did fire off a sell signal up here at the top, um, and I had it. You can see how I had the Ethereum one drawn out right here. So this is how I had Ethereum drawn out, but Ethereum was, yeah, it was grinding up through here. It was grinding up through here, but it's the weekend again, and liquidity just shouldn't get us like. I mean, sometimes we can do that, but yeah, it's the weekend. I might have needed to rethink how this was. It may have been a channel or something like that. I really didn't come back in here to see if anything suggested it. Because when I usually draw my patterns, I look for confluence from either moving averages or the Bollinger Band. And this, you know, this gave me cause to believe it was like this, but I see I could have also done something down through here to make it look more like a channel too. But anyway, yeah, it did fire off a sell signal up there, and that squeeze. Okay, this position right here has fulfilled. Almost got stopped out. That one right there. Um, Ethereum actually looks pretty good in my opinion. see if there was anything there on Ethereum that you question. Mm, I didn't really look too much at Ethereum. Not over this weekend. Nothing really. Yeah. I mean, obviously we were gearing up for a squeeze from this Bollinger. And if we had it here, then the MACD would have, the MACD absolutely confirmed. So yeah, the squeeze still here. If you ever have trouble with, like, if you use MACD, and if you ever have trouble with the direction of the MACD when it does this right here, when it does this walk in the line kind of stuff, put a Bollinger Band on it. Put a Bollinger Band on it. What you do is you turn off. Mine's is line. It's always going to stay line because I like to actually be able to read the pattern. But do it like this. And you can see I have a Bollinger in here on it. Just slap a Bollinger on it. And when you put the Bollinger on it, it will break down. Like if it breaks out like this, if it breaks the top side of your Bollinger, it's going to come back in. Now, sometimes it might take you sideways. Sometimes it might. But most certainly when it breaks this lower bound right here, and it's not always going to be at the zero line. It's not always going to be here. Most certainly when it breaks this right here, then it's your breakdown. So like if let's see, right here is where it breaks back inside. I'm just going to do it like this right here. We can extend it 1 over. How about that? Extend it 1 over like that. And then here is the breakdown. Both of those are bearish. And then you have the one over here where it was sort of walking the line. And here just kind of tightly walking the line. And then we got this breakout right here. And then it comes back in. So let's put this just where it comes back in at. Because if I set it right here, it's still outside. I set it right here. You can see how it continued up very little right there. And then we got this breakdown outside of the band, just kind of briefly right through there. But if it ever just kind of going, just flat and you can't really tell what's happening, just do it like this. And that way you'll be able to see some sort of a breakdown if you're looking for to short or if you're looking to get long. When it comes back in, that move to the downside, momentum could be fading on that. It could be. But like right here, you see it went up ever so slightly right there, but then it continued that move down. This is where it gets to break down outside of it. But if it's from the upside for me, I definitely start to look at, some sort of a move to the downside. And this is just where it broke the bottom side. So yeah, the top side seems more efficient. But if it's ever just doing that, then just look at something like that. To give you a sense of direction, because MACD will squeeze. I'm used to looking at it. I was trying to find an easier way of assessing it, but I'm used to identifying that when it's just kind of flat, hanging around the zero line, that is a squeeze. Everything squeezes. Everything. Everything squeezes. So I like to work with volatility as much as I do momentum. It's looking pretty good over here. Ethereum. Ethereum. Yeah, just the golden pocket back test here for Ethereum. Um, One thing I would watch for with Ethereum, I didn't think I saw anything in here that kind of plagued me. Price action is still just kind of moving slowly behind the RSI, which means we could put in a bear div in this moment. We could put in a bear div with this push up, which would give us one more little drop to the downside. Doesn't mean we have to take out this low right here, but it could do that. We do have this trend line going through here. Can look at this trend line right here and use this as a possible return point. And that's like 3140 without breaking the bank. 3140 here for Ethereum. Let me see over here. Mhm. I know it did the same thing where it just kinda came back to the 20 SMA here on the daily time frame also, and the same thing goes with what I was saying, before about Bitcoin, but these 2 look like they might be moving in sync. This might be moving in sync. I can't see that, no, momentum doesn't appear to be moving faster than Ethereum, so sometimes this gives a forewarning for Bitcoin, but right now, I would just lean towards the lower side of our support level in here. Right now, that's 3,084. Um, if we fail to hold through here, we got a bit of support that's right in here. Um, got a bit of support in here. See anything in here? Think I have anything? But Solana's looking worse. Solana is definitely looking worse right now. If you don't know this about Solana, Solana was outperforming Ethereum all through here. Solana was outperforming Ethereum, and you can see that has flipped. So you can see the performance of Solana has slowed down, at least against Ethereum. And it's probably the same thing when it comes to Solana versus Bitcoin right now as well. I know if I had it, it would not be just paying for me to show you. Let me just click on and see if I trailed it. Okay, so yeah, even here with the Solana versus Bitcoin. I can't remember what time frame I did the Head and Shoulders off of, but I did a Head and Shoulders some time back, and this was supposed to be the measure move. But we did start to pick up with our performance, and we had this little range in here, and that gave us a little boost to the upside. Double sweep in here. Maybe it wants to finish playing this out, but the performance of Solana has definitely flipped back to bearish. So yeah, definitely flipped back to bearish on Solana. So it's looking a lot more dire, a lot more dire in here. This is just overdoing it because I don't know that Solana's going to get back up here, and I haven't changed the previous day high. So behind on this one, we broke clean through this momentum line right here. I did not pull a fib on Solana either. Solana respected the range bounds. It respected the boundaries. So this breakdown would have been a lot easier to see if you were playing Solana because it definitely did not attempt to break out of here. It just doesn't have the strength right now. From what I was just showing you, it doesn't have the strength versus Bitcoin or versus Ethereum, which makes it not one of the best performing. Meme coins must be down again. Like that's my go-to narrative when it comes to Solana. What are meme coins doing? Because if meme coins are down, Solana's down. In its current environment, Solana's down if meme coins are down. All the way back inside of our accumulation zone right here. We got that brief little break out of our accumulation zone, which is our bear market territory for Solana. And yeah, we got that breakdown from that first momentum line right there. Could have adjusted it after this happened and it reclaimed. I could have adjusted it, but you can see I haven't changed anything on it. And if I did that, then yeah, I mean, this is still going to be the earliest peak for Solana. We've gotten through this one right here. This was the previous week low, which I'm sure is not previous week low now. Oh, this looks bad. This looks bad. I know that that's not the previous. Yeah, that looks pretty bad. Pretty bad for Solana. Let me go to the daily so I can get The daily levels in here on Solana straighten out as previous day. And they're on top of each other. Some are high one. Yeah, I mean, we talked about head and shoulders on all of these things too. So we do know that. We did talk about head and shoulders on Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then potentially Solana over here. I really got nothing for Sol. Um, I think whatever it does is going to be a great place to look for a short position on Solana. If you didn't already enter into a short, I'm just going to pull it from this local to here, which will be back into these levels in here. We've broken this one, so I'm going to drop that, and then I'm just going to add the neckline in here for a potential back test zone as well, which would put it somewhere between that golden pocket and the 786 for rejection. So we can look for something like that on this. Yeah, if we can get that. Here we got USDT dominance. We haven't looked back at it, but the things that we did talk about was a possible back test into here, and that USDT dominance had a lot of support once it came. Once we got this breakdown from this momentum line right here. This is what we talked about, potentially coming back and back testing the wedge in here, the USDT dominant, and then of course this entire zone in here, just support for it. To be honest with you, it's just support for it. So plenty of support in here for USDT dominance. If USDT dominance does come back up, I'm going to keep this line in here for one because we can crawl our way up. And if we're crawling our way up, then I know we're going to reject. So I'm just going to leave it to see how we behave if we get a move up here and we come back into it. I'm not saying that that's going to happen before Bitcoin gets that little relief bounce. I'm not saying that. And just know that just based on looking at the options and whatnot, Bitcoin will likely be pinned, and then they'll start to sell because that's how they keep the market neutral. That's just one way of keeping the market neutral. When we start getting into those high strike prices, they'll start coming up there to it, but then they'll start to sell, and then they'll buy as long as we're net. As long as we're net positive, we'll get the rejections. Those act as resistances, kind of resistance areas, and we'll see the rejections because they're going to sell, but then they're going to keep buying. So, and it just stabilizes the market. And you can see that price action is moving a lot faster over here. Price action is moving a lot faster. Now, at some point, some sort of a squeeze might come through, and eventually we're going to break that. But right now, inverse to Bitcoin, price action is moving a lot faster. And if price action is superseding, then it's more likely could be a bearish divergence in here. Right now, again, just kind of tapping these lows in here. So may end this day with the shooting star. May end this day with the shooting star and finish that little move out and then get a bounce up. That could be the case. But we're in support in here, so I do expect that even with the rejection, we still want to continue to look for a short on Bitcoin because there's plenty of resistance overhead for it. Next, this is none other than Dash. Dashity dash 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 dash. So my buddy Sincere was saying that we probably get up to about 95, and that was really, really close. I put the fib in here that Friday too, because I figured that this could be some sort of a rejection place as well for um for Dash because and I've adjusted the lines in here now because before Dash was there was a rejection line right here at this top, which was a really great place to get short on. The second place was on this back test since we did have bearish divergence. We had bearish divergence through here and we had bearish divergence through here. So on a bear div, yeah, a little bit of a correction, a small correction with followed up by a small pump into golden pocket 786 would be another great rejection zone. So we came pretty close to getting down here towards the standard one. Didn't quite make it. I'm still kind of salty on that. I did see a defense level in here for the 4-hour time frame that I plotted, and yeah, kind of broke over it a little bit in here, but reclaimed back above it. Started to push through here, and none of this crap in here was making sense to me. None whatsoever. None of it was making sense to me. I did a paper trade on it, paper short on it. I didn't actually enter a position on it. I did a paper short on it, and I had that paper short. I actually had the paper short right here, and it broke through, and I was like, "Heck no, it's not making sense at all." And I think the RSI was something like a 73. Yeah, I think it was at the average peak. It was like a 73 or something like that. I'm like, this makes no sense whatsoever. This little push that we're getting through here over the weekend is making no sense whatsoever. Um, and then you can see where it did start to break down because it was walking the line. It was just walking the line. That's what sideways on the indicator is. It's just walking the line. So it's just walking the line through here. And I'm like, none of this makes sense, which is why I attempted it right here at this golden pocket. Like, okay, this doesn't make sense. It's been walking the line long enough. I got no confirmation from in here to take the short, but I was looking at the lows, trading on price action only, which means some people can be successful with it. I need an indicator. Um, I was trading price action. We're at resistance, you short resistance. We're at a psychological level, you short that psychological level. We're quite euphoric, sure, but it's the weekend. It can't be that much money in here moving it. And then it just popped through my stop loss and came up to here. So yeah, I saw it when it got that little bar, like, okay, send it down, send it down, send it to Hades. So I don't really know with Dash right now. I'm not bullish on Dash, not up here. I can't be. It's impossible to be bullish on Dash when it's here. This is paying for more than its value right here. Currently. Currently. Now value can change, but at the current moment, like this, yeah, this is overvalued. Overvalued. So you're paying premium if you're long in this. You stop paying premium when you can get it somewhere like this. You stop paying premium prices and you get a discount. And this is a great place to get your discount. And I will sit here and I will wait on it. But this is not something that I'll be looking to take a long on. I'll just be looking to short this thing. I think I adjusted this last night. I hope it was big after market closed. I can't remember, but I know that I made some adjustments in here on this, and it's still kind of hanging out through here. So I like to see this continue to get this pushed to the downside. Let's check on Bitcoin. This little bear flag. I looked at. What was it? Monero is finally getting a little boost. Finally getting a little bit of boost. Okay, so this is what we talked about on Monero. And I can tell you, okay, so I know Monero. The reason why Monero and got well, they're saying that that's the claim behind the reason why Monero did get the pump is because of some illegal activity. Uh, they have it in here. Yeah, some sort of a scam where somebody was. Let's see, what were they doing? Yeah, yeah, BTC and Litecoin swaps, apparently through Monero. So causing a spike in price action. This is one of the areas that we were looking for price action to come back into. I don't know if I just did one or if I did two. I thought I had an X up there somewhere, but apparently I don't. But okay, it did hit one. I did attempt to take a long position off of Monero. Despite the news, I attempted to make a long position off of it. And I attempted it twice right here in this area, just in this area right here alone. I attempted it twice. And when it failed, I saw absolute weakness in it and I left it alone. And sure enough, it was very weak through here. Um, and then it got that extra push down. Now this was a previous day low. It was a daily low. It was this one right here. Yes, it was this one right here. I didn't try it anymore. And actually, I didn't even look back at this chart anymore. It wasn't for me after that. Um, I have not updated. What's this? I have not updated these levels in here, potential support and resistance levels in here for Monero. And let me change this to a golden pocket 786. Makes sense. But I haven't been back over here trying to trade it, so I don't care. I don't care at all. I'm gonna drop these previous daily lows and previous and daily lows and all of that good stuff and daily highs. But this makes total sense to me, and I would think that Monero would continue with the move down and come back down here to its mean, which is probably moved slightly from where it is right now, but somewhere towards the 786. That's what I would think from a narrow and even back down towards this trend line right here. If I put it on a daily, it might make it a lot easier to see what's happening. I could have sworn I put one down here on this, and my feed just disappeared. Yeah. Whatever this little bounce is, I expect for it to continue back down here towards support level in here with 786 is, and the mean revert would take place somewhere down in here. Let me just look at this and see what we got happening. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, for me, it's worth looking for a short on Monero if, yeah, get rid of that. But I do like this here for a back test. I like it for a back test. Can I get it? Can I get it? There's strength in this move on the daily. There is strength on this move on the daily. But I still think it rejects somewhere between this golden pocket 786 and then it comes back down here. My opinion right now. Give it time. Either that or it's trying to flag out, but the support level would be a good place, in my opinion. And I didn't look at any of these other ones in. I think I did it. No, did I adjust in? No, I didn't adjust in at all. Yeah, it was basically just me looking at Zcash and Dash. And tell you something else I took a trade on. This. I took a trade on this beat crap. Now, first of all, I hesitated to even consider jumping into the position on this beat thing, which it was a long position, and you can see it's already, yeah, already got stopped out on this thing right here. But it looked pretty decent. And then Blowfin gives you this little warning about trading it and give you a whole they give you a whole paragraph about putting your money into this thing. But it looked pretty decent to me, so I decided that I was gonna take a long position on it. I did pause when I saw that message. I did. I did pause when I saw the message. It never hit the entry in here for it, but when I saw it just kind of holding through here, I was like, okay, I want to front run the possibility of it getting into the entry for it. And yeah, I got stopped out. It happened right after Bitcoin started selling off too. Really, really, really. Yeah, this thing is dead. Dead, dead, dead. And they're likely going to delist it, which is fine. The only reason why I never took the short position when we were looking at the short call on this thing was because the price was a lot different on Blowfin compared to this whatever this crypto graph here is, chart is, blah blah blah. So I didn't, but I made an attempt yesterday and it didn't work out for me. So in fact, I didn't even put a stop loss on this thing. I did not put a stop loss on it. I put a small amount of money into it, and I said I was willing to risk that on it and let it go, let it liquidate me if I'm wrong. And sure enough, it liquidated me. It liquidated me. And when I say I put a small amount of money on it, it was the liquidity the liquidity that I used made the difference in my $20, okay? I only put 20 bucks on it and I multiplied that 20 bucks so many times and I got liquidated, okay? Because I'm not if I say I put some money on it and I didn't set a stop loss, whatever I put on there was not enough for me to cry about. I don't mess around with meme coins like that anyway. When it comes to meme coins, you're not gonna get a lot of my money. You're just not. This obviously is a meme coin. So I got liquidated on that. And 20 bucks in the toilet. All right. Look back over here at Bitcoin. Yeah, so I mean, I haven't even looked to see like what the rest of the market is looking like. I'm sure it looks bad. I'll just use Bitcoin for an example, just to look at these. Okay, XRP. This didn't make a bit of difference. Yeah, this didn't really make a bit of difference, to be honest with you, not that, but came back inside the weekly range low. I haven't updated these. I'm just gonna drop them. We knew once we started dropping the previous day low though, that that was it, you know, some sort of a continuation move to the downside here. And we did that a couple of days back. So, I mean, once we see that take place, then it just makes sense to start looking for continuation to the downside. It just does. And that's what we got right there. So once we reclaim above our previous day, then we can stay long on lower time frames is probably gonna be the move, but it was already going down. So some of this stuff, it just doesn't make sense to think that we were going higher. Uh, we came back and broke that low. We started out pretty decent over here. I'm looking for that second leg up, but didn't get too far. And that was the short call that we had on XRP was from here. Once we saw that we had came up and we were hitting this resistance. Now, I don't really trade XRP. Want to move down for XRP. If we do definitely lose this level right here, I start to look to the next weekly support level, which is going to be $1.62 here to the downside here. You also have a back test of this initial break to the upside that we got from XRP. So that's something to look at here. 162 for XRP as some sort of a potential support. If we lose the 162, the next place is going to be the 134. Now, I think in the past we were, yeah, yeah, in the past. Not really moving too far away from that 162. So if that's been the case most of the time in the past, if we lose here, then yeah, I would just look here. You have this other level in mind, but I think that if it does get a continuation down, that this will probably be the golden spot right here, 162. I haven't updated anything on BNB. So let me just look at the 4 hour real quick. Let's see. In here. Oh, BNB double top. Oh, look at SFP in here. This might have come from this level. And this is how long it's been since I turned these on. So I must need to extend it out. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I don't. I'm just trying to see where the weekly levels were at because I'm not seeing anything in here. We're not close to any weekly levels in here. So the closest weekly level is down here at 720. 742 to 720. I don't know why I don't have a number on that. And this is look at that later. BNB. B&B looks pretty decent in here. It would absolutely have to what did I have this line in here for? I don't know. I'm gonna set this like this though. Come back and look at it later, but it looks like it's somewhere right in here. So if it does come back and lose this 847, then the next place to look is going to be here at that 742 to 720 for BNB. It has some pretty good support across here as well. What was prior resistance would be support the same way it was when we got the drop right there. So that's something to look for on BNB. Outside of that, there's nothing in between here but to come back up to the 1233. As far as I can see right now, that would be the upside move for BNB. Are we there right now? No. Just the rise out of price action. Um, but nothing yet. Just the rise out of price action. I would look for BNB to come back down here towards that weekly level that was across here. We have these highs at though. If we're still playing out a bear market, that's going to happen anyway. So that's what I would be looking for. What is this? Even if we're sideways and down the entire time, just to get back into here, that makes sense to me. BNB. I don't know if anybody. I don't know BNB. ADA just back on its support level for ADA. And we all know that this is a macro from 2020 trend line for ADA. That if ADA loses this trend line, if ADA loses this trend line, and it's just chopping it right now, so it could be redrawn to make more sense for it. But if ADA loses that, then just look down here towards 17. I think that that's still the go-to. It might still be the go-to here for ADA. Would be somewhere down here towards the $17. Still got this liquidity down here. Right now, it's putting up the good fight right here. But, you know, like I said, you still got this liquidity down here. So this sell side liquidity down here. That, let's just mark that in here. Still have this sell side liquidity down here. So, you know, this is what I've just been saying about it every time I look at the chart. Yeah. So if we come to losing this macro trend line, this 5-year, well, actually I can't even call it a 5-year. Yeah, we can call it a 5 year, 1-2 touch right there. So yeah, this 5 year trend line, if it's gone, then this sell side liquidity will get taken. That probably put it down here somewhere around 17 cents. It's finding no strength. I hate for that one indicator to turn on it. Hey, Loza! The king just told me that you were in here. We doing. I don't think that the daily time frame is bad, and I think that with the 4 hour for Bitcoin that we might be at, we may have hit our low with that golden pocket tap. If not, maybe the 786 come next. But I think that we're near our low right now as far as the 4 hour is concerned. I don't think the daily has completely flipped just yet to be extremely bearish. I don't think it has, but I think we're okay. We're okay. We'll see if it was just all the result, and I know it all depends on too if this person, um, this whale who has his wallet, this is from 2013, something of that nature. In 2013, he moved about 500 BTC to exchanges. I don't know that he's actually started selling or not. Right now, I'm gonna have to assume that he hasn't, and that that first dump was a result of loans getting liquidated, and that just caused a cascade effect. That's what I'm gonna assume, and that was off of the backs of tariffs. He'll be trying to price in tariffs or something like that right now. The 8 European nations, our president announced a 10% tariffs on, and our push to acquire Greenland. So we'll see, because it happened really fast, and we did get things did get a little sticky there real quick. So I don't think the daily is bad on Bitcoin though, and I don't think the 4 hour is looking to continue too much further down. We'll see a reversal here. Some sort of a bounce, even if it's a small one, it'd be bigger than the one that we're getting now for sure. They can keep us pinned until I guess Tuesday is going to be our false move Tuesday, and then by the time we get to, yeah, we only have like one trading day, to be honest with you. Liquidity starts to flow out on Thursdays, and then Fridays those options expire. And the next, let's see, this month is tons of options, tons. I mean, like some of my biggest options expiries this month and next month, and then it tapers off in March. Hyperliquid. So hype has finally broken down below. Did this happened yesterday, I'm assuming? Because we were at least holding this top trend line through here on hype. And now we're below this one. Let me see on the daily. Yeah, none of that happened. And I was thinking back here at the time, was looking for a bounce back up into here. I need to flip this. I need to inverse this one right here. Is there a way to inverse it? No, because that's exactly what we did. The inverse of this right here. We did this right here instead. No, we ain't even doing that. Broke down back test and then continuation. That's sad. Mm. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Oh, let me see what I was looking at when I did that. I have no idea. Oh, we were looking. Yeah, it was front running the signal. Okay. Um. Dang, how It's like a $4 support level through here. I mean, support zone through here. Liquidity was taken from here. Really got nothing, just a liquidity grab. I don't know what back in here. Yes, move. Probably like a 200 rejection or something like that. No, not even that. Okay. I guess these were resistance levels that I drew out, but I'm gonna delete this. We're just sideways at best right now. Hyperliquid. We're still outside of standard deviation 2 right now. We already took this liquidity right here. I'm gonna use that as a marker though, in case we do come back down. Be pretty close. Just a marker on this liquidity right here. Hmm. It's likely that we come back in and get this liquidity in here. That liquidity and then possibly the liquidity down lower here at 22. I'm just kind of thinking like, do we come all the way back down here towards $19? That's going to be a lot. Right now, I would look at this liquidity that's just below price action for hyperliquid to be taken. Any move to the upside probably get faded. But if something like that happens right now, yeah, right now, we still have to get back above 24.23. So we want to see some sort of a closure back above 24.23 for starters. And this is off of a 4-hour time frame. I'm pretty sure the 4 looks like everything else on the 4-hour time frame. Yeah. Really nothing to see with Zach. Nothing at all. This isn't even the one I used. We came close to hitting that VWAP again. I might be stopped out of that Zcash. No, I think the last time I checked it, I was still in the Zcash. Yeah, because into the VWAP a little bit slope lower. So I'm still in this one. This is the next. This is what we're looking at next for Zcash. Is this right here, which is, like I said, pretty close to where that VWAP is sitting at. So 328, and I think that was liquidity driven. I think it was. Yeah, yeah, that was liquidity driven as well. I'm actually off on that liquidity, so let me change that. That'll be the next move for Zcash, and then 298, 260. This is what I would look at next. Yeah. This didn't do any more than a 50, which makes it, yeah, I mean, oof. Sweet. Um, it looks like we already did this, and it's continuing to fall. So I grabbed that little bit. What was I looking at this for? I have no idea. I have no idea why this line was here, but it's some days old. So I would just get rid of that because it's not a liquidity. Unless it was supposed to have something to, maybe it has something to, no, nah. Anyway, that's done. Hitting this little top for support. So back test the breakdown, which is basically what everything else was doing too. What we got that breakout from, everything is pretty much back testing that the same way we did before. Yeah, so and once we lose that, we have to start looking at liquidity. Um, Let me see what was down here. I don't know why there's only this orange line. There's only this orange line. Why is there only this orange line? Oh, okay. Now I understand. Now I understand. Now I understand. Okay. So, silly. Damn. Mm, silly. I mean, we're below our weekly level, and the next place would be for Sui to finally make that move down here to grab this liquidity from in here if it's going to continue down. Clear rejection off of the 26 and 5 in here, and Sui would need to get above this right now. This, I don't know, this kind of space in between them just suggests that it continues. That was the rejection. This previous day high and previous day low just ain't gonna work. Um, for SUI, it's one of few that hasn't come back in and taken this liquidity. They all the rest of them did do it. Bitcoin did it. Ethereum did it. Solana did it. You know, just a handful of the those other altcoins did not do it. I mean, that would be my thoughts on SUI, that it would drop back down here into this and then 23. I don't know if it does. Well, maybe if it takes this liquidity down here, then I would say 23. But it looks like SUI could finish out taking this liquidity in here. Yeah, so at the end of the day, it has to be able to move back above about that 195. And until it does that, that's resistance. Maybe we can just go sideways in here, but I think that the liquidity in here gets taken. That'll happen once Bitcoin continues to make its attempted move to the downside. For the bear market, for to finish out our, I guess, our 1 year downside, despite the corrections that we get, our 1 year downside. And Sue is going to end up down there. But right now, my idea is that Bitcoin will, try to go a little bit higher based on daily, based on 4 hour. It would try to go a little bit higher. We might chop and go to the sideways for a little while. I did open up a new Bitcoin long position. I did get stopped out of the one that I previously had open. I wasn't very comfortable with taking the long position, even though usually when I see the RSI, sitting at an 11 on the 15-minute time frame, it's a good place to get in. All of the support and all of that stuff as fast as we got to move to the downside. And I'm never always confident in taking a trade anyway. I'm never always comfortable in taking a trade. And I did kind of wait a little bit. So I did not enter exactly down here on this wick. I think I waited until we got even when this fired off, I still said no. I think I waited until, and it's gonna look different too because it's from Blowfin and this is a Binance chart. Yeah, so I just sort of waited a little bit. And the one from Friday, I did not wait on. I did enter that one, and I really sniped the crap out of that one. But this one right here, I played around a little bit. I think I got stopped out like in the same, like I re-entered the same spot multiple times in here. Um, and I set a stop loss that was really, really, really tight just in case this bounce was, lackluster, at least down here in this section. So I got stopped out maybe about 3 times with the when I say tight stop loss, I mean tight stop loss. Like you weren't taking no more than $1 from me. And I did that until it didn't bother me anymore. Um, then I was like, girl, just move your stop loss down here. Finally, I was like, just move the dang on stop loss down here. You don't pay all those little fees. Stop playing. And I was like, okay, I'll get the market some money if I'm wrong. Otherwise, they're not gonna take nothing from me. And tell you, them fees add up. Those fees, those fees add up. I meant to delete that instead of hiding it. Them dang on fees add up. Yeah, I'm bullish. I have a bullish bias. Let me put it like that. I have a bullish bias. Even if we get this first move, we come back down, we take the liquidity that we didn't take down through here, um, which is 91, 787, 61. If you're using a Binance chart, that's what it would be. Even if we, reject, come down, double bottom after taking that liquidity, I still think that the 4 hour and the daily time frame are looking to send prices up a little bit. That's my thought. What Dream Tank TV? Who you laughing at? They not getting my money. Well, they got my money though, cause them fees started to add up. I was like $1. I was like stop loss $1. P&L negative $1. I did that a few times, and then I saw them fees, and I was like, and I managed to go to sleep, so not too bad. I have a hard time sleeping when I'm in a trade. Sometimes I'm always scared. Yeah. Uh-uh. And I know you have to give up money sometimes too, Loza. You have to give up some money sometimes. And actually, I'd have been better off if I just started out with my stop loss down here. Because when I did the math and I calculated up the fees and the 3 times that I got stopped out by just moving my stop loss down here, I would save myself a whole lot of money. I would have never got stopped out number one, and the fees with the stop loss would have been less than what I was doing. So yeah. I always have in my mind though, if I'm taking a position, um, and the market goes against it, then it's not there yet. That the strength of the market just isn't there yet. Because I'd be thinking that my entries might be a good entry, and if it goes against me, then the market is not strong enough just yet. Because if I enter a position, it just needs to go from where I entered at. Don't come back. Don't come back. Keep going. But I wish I'd have got in right here though. I kinda do wish I'd have taken it right here. Um, but I was like, not today. But the short, that really made my short look nice. That really made my short look nice. Which makes me wish I had a waited to a little bit longer. I took half. I had previously took some profit out of my short position, and then when we were just going sideways and here stalling doing nothing, I was like, you know what, I better take something else out of this out of my short position. And then right after I did that, that's when the rest of this happened. So still good, but for my second TP, my first and my second TP were both kind of close to each other. So it's not like I can take too much more out of the position. And Loza, you see, I don't put the stoke on my chart now. I'm back testing it. I'm definitely back testing it to see. I even went in and modified it a little bit. You see, I took away the. I can still turn it on. Just gotta highlight it in the signal line, and so I just left partial signal lines in here on it. That's only for. I changed it to a 95 and a 5. I added some. I don't really know how much I like the bullish the divergence thing in here, but the divergence will come late. But I actually like this indicator. I like it a lot. It's a lot faster in showing me divergence um, in the center, like whether or not price action is moving faster than oscillators. It's really good for that. So I like that. I got a few more things I'm gonna add to it. But right now, that's about it. Just, just back testing it right now. We'll back test it for a while before I really start trying to use it too much. But I like it. I like it. Yeah, and this thing right here, like when I saw this, because this was what all the way down at zero, because that's as low as it can go. It's to zero. I was like, I knew I should have fired off a long position off of that, especially the way that it got that drop. That was the one opportunity right here. One opportunity right here to scale up on my entry. But because I waited, I still had to go in where I would normally put into a Bitcoin trade instead of scaling up right here. But yeah, it was all down here at zero, um, which it can do zero. It was all down here at zero. And we was like an 11. I was like, it was like, I don't know, how low were we in here? It was 17. It was 17 on the 1 hour. That's how low we were. Yeah, 17 RSI on the 1 hour. 11, probably a little less than 11 on the 15-minute time frame. We were a 9. We were actually a 9 when we got this drop right here. A 9 on the RSI on the 15-minute time frame. And then I know the 4 hour was not great either. I think it was more like 30 or something like that. Yeah. So it wasn't too damaging on like we were, yeah, 32 wasn't too bad on the 4 hour time frame, but that one in that 15-minute time frame, that low read on the RSI, it could be that somebody did actually sell. Maybe that guy did actually sell some of the Bitcoin that he moved to the exchanges. I saw a post that someone did on here. Um, Oh, yeah, this one right here. I still have it up. So he's like, Coinbase unloaded, Binance dumped, and he just did this post right here. Um, yeah, 5:49 this morning. Binance dumped, Trunk Link Insider sold, Winter Mute, and Bybit. So a bunch of major exchanges sold off a lot of Bitcoin. That's usually where the RSI starts to get that ridiculous looking, is when that happens. Maybe it's that same person. It's not Coinbase itself. Maybe it's that same person who transferred to Bitcoin did that. And that's a huge hit though, because if you're selling, like you're hurting your gains from your sale that much at a time. And he got so much, I guess it don't matter. He got so much. I think this was a one. Yeah. If he's gonna keep selling, oof, I don't know. Somebody else did a video on him. I think it was whatever the twins are. Those twins. I can't think of their name right now. Of their channel. I think one of them did a video on it, and he was saying that I think he said like since the 10th, and I think everybody else would have heard something about it. Nobody was talking about it. I don't know how true that is. Spiteful. Yeah, the market is spiteful sometimes. Very, 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 very spiteful. It's just really everybody trying to outsmart each other, basically. Market makers are gonna be they're gonna be short. They're gonna be short most of the time. That's how they balance the market. Markets pump more than they dump. So the majority of the time markets are going up, and therefore market makers are usually gonna be short. Just to bring balance to the market. I don't think they do anything facetious. Then the rest is just us trading against each other. That's it. But when market closed today, yeah, we'll probably just be sideways at best. I did see some sort of a change in here on, I mean, like from the stream on Friday. Since I have not looked back at it, I do see that we do have some interest coming in over here around $60 in here. Not sure how likely we are to get there. This still remains where I felt like our wall was going to be at right here, our resistance wall. We'll see how we open up tomorrow if we're closer to flipping negative, and then here more selling pressure would come in. But as of market close on Friday, which we know that prices have come down somewhat through here right now, we're still in a space where the dips are worth buying. The dip is going to be a buy, and then sell the rally. Buy the dip, sell the rallies. We're still in the territory of buy the dip, sell the rallies. But like I said, there's really no interest at this point to be long right here because this is where some selling pressure would come in, and they probably keep us pinned somewhere through here. Let's see how this looks tomorrow because if they don't update it, they stop updating when market closes. So no new information here for this. And then what I was saying down here, you can see how this month right here the contracts and next month the contracts. It's only until we get into March. If it stays the same, we have fewer contracts in here in March, but tons of contracts here between these next 2 months. The rest of what we have for this month, and then February, lots of contracts, a little less there. This is staying there even on puts and calls here. Maybe something in here will have changed, and um, we're definitely in a phase not to deal with sell the risk. I don't think there was anything in here that stood out either. Um, since, since Friday, uh, since Friday, nothing really stood out to here either. No new open interest as far as this week is concerned for 54. That's all it's been done. No actual new interest is showing up in here this week. Yeah, we're not building any new interest for this week. And then uh, next week, not really seeing that we have any new interest coming in for here either. OI is greater than volume on most of these in here. So nothing new, really. I don't see anything in for see if there was anything in here that I could have um, nope. Oh, speaking of which, man, gold and silver. I mean, silver was already outperforming gold, but gold is gold looks like it's gonna get one more boost. I don't know if it's just to come back here into this 46 right here before you get some sort of another little, little correction to the downside, flagging out to here right now. A little bit of a flag. I'm just trying to see if I like doing it from up there. Put that one. A little flag in here. Let's see if it wants to pause out somewhere around about this 46.98. Maybe chop this a little bit, this 46.98. If not, then I would be looking up here around 48.06 for gold. One thing I found with gold, silver, and copper, let's see Bitcoin, let it move over here. Gold, silver, and copper is the best strategy. And I put some notes in here on it too, some long notes in here on it. And I just use silver for my note. But what it's called is a field extension. That's the best strategy in here for. And I was looking at it on a 4-hour time frame, and it's using the Bollinger Bands, the RSI, and the BB%. So two Bollinger indicators for volatility and then momentum. And that gave some really great short calls in here off the 4-hour time frame at least. That was what I liked the most was the 4 hour. And if I did that over here, then I'll probably get the same thing. But it requires, yeah, we completely gapped up over this. This is the trend line that I had drew out. The market was closed, and then yesterday when the Bitcoin got the dump and this kind of pump, yeah, um, we gapped up. Everything has been adjusted in here in this chart as well. I'm gonna go to a 4 hour on the silver. The silver is also trying to flag out, not as clean of a flag as I'm seeing on gold. The silver is gonna continue to hold this previous day high in here. Then I will be looking for this next move around 95.45. If we don't see some sort of correction take place on this 95.45, then I'm just gonna be looking up here at 99. So into that $100 mark. I might as well just say $100 for silver. And I think I put notes in here on it too. I don't have it in here. Oh, did I put it up here? Yeah, it's right here. It's right here. So these were all of the potential short calls that could have been made on silver just based on that. Now, some of them is not going to have something on it because it didn't match the criteria that I was looking for as I was back testing, like um, when the rejection was happening. So the little X's in here is the Bollinger Band itself, and that shows where we're extended along with the RSI. So it's confirming that RSI is actually extended from here. From here, like it gave an extension right here too, but I think I did that one. Yeah, so the RSI has to be extended, the Bollinger Band has to confirm the extension, and then there has to be a squeeze. Those were the three conditions that I looked for on this chart to determine if it was going to be a good time for a sale on silver. And I did it as far back as I don't know. I went all the way back. Like I went back in time. I think I may have, I don't know, I went pretty far back on it though. You can see it work right here. So you get an overextended, so that means the RSI needs to be up here. It needs to be somewhere up here. I think I put in the notes 70 to 80, at least somewhere like that. Yeah, 70 to 80. So it has to be at least 70 to 80. And the Bollinger Bands have to confirm. And the way the Bollinger Band confirm is that price was outside of standard deviation too. So price has to be outside of that standard deviation too, along with the RSI being somewhere around the 70, 80. If you get some bearish divvies with it, that's great. But you also have to see a squeeze in here too. So a squeeze, all three of those have to line up, and then that was a good reversal indication or correction um, for um, for silver. And then I look back at it with gold as well, and it worked good with gold, and it worked good with copper. And as far as the loans were concerned, that's basically just a mean reversion, and that's either just looking at this 4-hour time frame and getting a mean revert back above, like it's a late call, but it's a confident call. It's late, but it's still good because the trend is up. So if it's coming back into relative strength, then I don't see anything wrong with entering late, but still still worthy. And that's basically the 50 in here. If it breaks below it and reclaims, or if it comes down to it and it bounces off of it, like bounce there, bounce there, bounce there. It broke it right here. It reclaimed back above it. So usually when you bullish, you're somewhere around your 50 anyway. But as far as this goes, yeah, this just hit every time. And basically, you don't even have to do the squeeze. You can just put the 20 SMA on here. You don't have to have that. If you just get these two confluences right here, and you get the 20 SMA. And actually, you won't be able to do the 20 SMA. I'm sorry, my bad. No, you can't. No, you cannot. You have to be able to see that squeeze, and you can do that by just plotting the Bollinger Band on the BB%. That's all you have to do. You don't have to. You don't have to have it like I have it here. You don't at all. You get the same result if you just add a BB%. If you just add a Bollinger Band percent, and then you go to add an indicator strategy on Bollinger Band percent, which is putting a Bollinger over a Bollinger, because everything expands and contracts. Everything. So then I just want to put a regular Bollinger Band on top of it. And you can see that right there. Bollinger Band up above the 50 trend line. The lower Bollinger Band above 50, that's going to let you know that price action is contracting and that some explosive move is going to take place. So it's contracting right here. It's contracting right here. Again, above this 50 in here, it's contracting. Above 50, the lower band is contracting. So you're getting a squeeze. A squeeze is taking place. And right here, a squeeze is taking place. Anywhere you see that squeeze taking place and you're extended, you can see, and I look to see where it may have, maybe it got the quick drop, which, that's still really good. That's still really good. Even if you didn't catch the top, the first candle, and I just put it on the lower candle, that's still pretty decent in here for gold, for silver. This one got better because it came up and put in the bear div. That was the second thing right there. If it comes back up and it puts in the bear div, I can get another entry for a continuation down. But mainly the ones that I really wanted to look at was where it was contracting at, where it was contracting for some sort of a move to the downside. But most of it is going to be to the upside. So if you taking these shorts, you pretty much you gambling. The tighter, the better. The tighter, the absolute better. This was a bear div in play right here. And there was no squeeze on this one, therefore I didn't highlight it. Like for me, that was just the only thing that I was looking for. I needed to see a squeeze, and it's not here. This red line is not above the 50. It doesn't get above the 50. The zero line in here for the BB% until right here. And there, at that point, it happened with bearish divergence. So that was a good move right there. Um, I did it everywhere, just kind of see how it would work. Um, it's extended right here, and the squeeze is present. And then this right here. even if you're not on the first one. I'm not gonna put it on that first candle. You know, it looks a lot bigger when you zoom out. When you zoom out to a 15-minute time frame or a 10-minute time, I mean, a 15-minute or a 30-minute time frame, it looks a lot more. And then you got one right here. Now, this was a big giver right here, up around 70 to 80. Bollinger Band is confirming that price action is outside the standard deviation too. And you got the squeeze. Sometimes you get a really great one, but you just have to, yeah, it seems like a great strategy. And I just wanted to see short for some reason because I just feel like we're just over. I don't know, silver is always continue to go higher, but silver is looking crazy. Looking crazy. It's that simple. At least it seems that simple. Mm, There's nothing in here right now with this 4 hour time frame other than the fact that this will throw off a bear deal coming up. You can see where the RSI is sitting at on this thing right here. You can see how MACD was the other thing I looked at just for confluence, just to see if what the MACD was doing as well. I didn't use the MACD in this case, but I would use it as some sort of confirmation because everything moving at the same time that speaks a lot to price action. If everything's moving at the same time, and you can see how the MACD flipped negative on each one of these right here. MACD flips negative. And then it goes into it for the cross in here, which I don't want to wait for that cross to take place. But it does flip negative. But a bear deal would be coming into play in here with this next little push up that we might be getting from gold and silver. Which again, let's see. Right now it's bearish pending. Bearish pending right now. I don't have a reason to want to touch it right now. Maybe if it dropped 50, sure. But I don't have a reason to want to touch it right now, especially seeing that little flag on it. I'll let it push up through here, see what happens. If it comes back to this 95 and it starts to seem shaky, then maybe I'll do something right there because that will confirm that it is. Can't say it's confirmed right now. Or it loses the support of this previous day high. So between these two. Actually, this is, yeah, I'm gonna say between these two. Between these two. And then gold copper. Copper had I actually didn't gap up until after it got back above here, but I did see that part right there. And then it gaps. Still didn't make it above this next level of potential resistance in here, or where it needs to break above right now. But it did. It's still holding that candle, that same candle that we looked at on the. It was a daily. Yeah, the same bar right here. Still just kind of hanging out around that bar. But it did do a full mean revert, and I have changed everything here has been updated. So it did do a full mean revert, which was just back to the bottom side of this one of that candle bar in here. So full mean revert took place in here. Was a good place to tempt on a loan. I've never traded copper before. This was just a paper trade we were looking for the SFP, and that took forever to even come into play. So with that mean revert right here, I would expect for copper to try to come back up here to see how it reacts once it gets into here. If it's going to come back up its previous day high, but we'll see how it reacts once it gets into about $6. But once it breaks through that, then I will be looking at here. towards 621. If it's there, it might start to chop this high right here. Might start to chop that. This is just one big squeeze down through here on copper. Lower highs on RSI, higher highs on price action, and you got lower lows on the RSI, and the higher highs, higher lows on price action. Which at some point that bear did become an absolute right now it's still kind of squeezed through here. I don't really quite know how to make out the pattern formation through here. On copper. I don't really know how to make this out through here. Maybe if I did as a line chart, it might actually be rejecting from that point. What this? You can see it even right here. You don't get the low right here though. So it's still trying to squeeze higher. It could be a final push up. I would look forward to take out this high right here. I look at the RSI to take out this high right here if it's able to do that. See that delta flipping red. It didn't matter if it didn't have I would keep trying at a short on copper though. At some point it will follow through with it. At some point it will. It followed through there. It followed through pretty good right here too. I don't see the X. So it's not confirming that it's actually extended. It's probably just trading in between 1 and 2. That's probably the case. Yeah. It's probably not going to fire anything off either because this isn't getting there. If this comes back up again, the RSI comes back up because it's still playing out the bullish divergence on top of that next one could be the one that actually confirms this extension. Because right now the RSI isn't extended. That could be the one that confirms this extension and then it gets divergent. But you can see how we came back to the mean right here at this 20 SMA. This mean drop right there. The first time in a minute that it actually did that. It was sideways right here. You had more of an open mouth over here, more of an open mouth right here, less of an open mouth over here. Got more of an open mouth over here too. But still keep trying to short it if you trade it proper and you did that SFP that we were talking about 2 weeks on that waiting on the SFP, then that was a good entry. 'Cause, yeah, it was still trying to short it if you trade it proper and you did that SFP that we were talking about 2 weeks on that waiting on the SFP, then that was a good entry. 'Cause, yeah, it was still trying to short it if you trade it proper and you did that SFP that we were talking about 2 weeks on that waiting on the SFP, then that was a good entry. Maybe it fails and doesn't get back above 6,000. I'm sorry, $6.02. That's what this one is at. Maybe it fails and keeps rolling over and drops harder. Let's see this on the weekly. Weekly is just too much going on the weekly for me to use the weekly. That's 7.2. Is that what we just got from? Or was that what we just comes from 72? Close enough. This was the 572 bounce right here. Okay, that was the 572 bounce. Bitcoin is dropping the low of our bear flag. Let me see if I'm about to get stopped out. I'm seriously contemplating if I want to hold on to that stop loss right now. Yes, low, so you can go in and change those indicators. Yes, you can go in and change those indicators. Absolutely. Simple coding on this one right here too. Basically, the only thing that was done in here was, like I said, I adjusted where the upper band was. I changed it from the standard to a 95 and the low to a 5. That was it on that part. And then the other part was just giving some color to so I can highlight when we're outside of that 95 and that 5, just that. And the little white lines you're seeing right here, that's the signal line. I changed the full signal line to 100% unreadable. But if I click on it and I want it to where's my thing at? Oh, here we go. Right here. If I click on it and I want it to bring it to, the light, I just, do it like that. That's the same signal line that it had before. I just don't want to see that part because I don't care about all of it when it's inside. I care about the extensions only. Only when I can see that it's overextended is where I really care about it. So I just set that to 100 so it doesn't show up. And I just see when we get outside of 95 and outside of 5 and where the RSI. So I can see the cross of the stochastic coming back down below that. And then what was the other thing I did in here? I think that was it. Yeah, that was it. And I added the divergence in here, which is this logic right through here. And yeah, that was it so far. And then I'll look at it and see if there's anything else that I'll be looking to add to it. But so far, that's it. So yeah. And I put my little name behind it because I changed it. Look, I tried I tried to change the whole name of here, and it was like, TradingView. Sometimes TradingView will do that, especially if it's from an original indicator. TradingView will do that to you. Like, nah, ma'am, no, ma'am, you're gonna leave that name in here. You can add your initials behind it, but you're not gonna be able to change that name. It's cool. Yeah, so that was all I did to it. You get stuck, hey, go straight over to chat. Get stuck, go to chat. Or go to Grok. I get stuck, I go to them. And then sometimes they can't help and they keep doing the same crap over and over again, especially chat. Like if I get stuck and it's like, dang, it's not working. Like I put the code in like this, and that's exactly how I talk to it too. Look, I put this code in right here and it's giving me an error message and I'm having a hard time getting past this error message. Can you fix this? I'm asking like, can you? Sure it can. It can fix it. But then sometimes like chatter keep messing it up until you run out of like you have to have the paid version. At some point you have to have the paid version. But it still does it all, right? It'll use up all your credits, your free credits of testing out the upgraded version. That's all. And that's what it'll do. It'll use up all those credits from the new version and drop you back down to the. But it's chat is really good. I love chat. Grok is good too. But then Grok sometimes, sometimes Grok will be like, I tell Grok will do something, and I'll tell Grok that it's wrong, and Grok will apologize for it and say, "You're right. You're right. I apologize." And then it'll do it again and do the same thing repeatedly. I don't know if that's just that glitch happens sometimes because I get stuck all the time. That glitch that happened and it'll keep doing that. Or it'll rewrite it and then it'll tell me that um it'll tell me that I was wrong. You put it like this. Like, no, I didn't put it like anything. You just wrote that part out. But it tell me you put it like this. That's why it's not working. No, you did that. But I love it. And I never want to use the standard. I never want to use the indicator uh, at its face value. And no indicator. I never want to use it at face value. Because at some point, you know, it's recognizable. And so I just like to change it. Still holding that little position in here. Still up. But I'm definitely thinking about moving this stop loss. I do think you have to have the paid version of TradingView, though. Doesn't matter which paid version it is. I do think you have to do a paid version though to do that. Otherwise, you can easily use the one that I have if you wanted to use this one. I don't care. Or if you wanted to copy the code and paste it yourself, you could do that too if you have a paid version. We back at military weakness. Wolfpack indicator. Where? This is just a stochastic right here. The this right here is the one that I did to fire off these signals, and this is just based on momentum right here. I call this one the alpha pack. Um, yeah, this one no, what was this one? Alpha trades. But yeah, this one right here is just based off of momentum right here, which is good in a ranging market. In a trending market, it doesn't care in a trending market, and that makes a difference. It's good in a ranging market. But once it gets into a trending market, it'll fire off signals and it can be wrong. And that's what I've been trying to work on with this one right here. That's why sometimes when I'm streaming, I have it on. Sometimes I won't have it on because if the market is trending, um, it'll fire it off. And see, like market is trending right here. Like it was close. It's so wrong. That would have been a losing trade, and it's not gonna do it the second time. It's right. It's right here, or it was right up a little bit more, but it's not gonna do it again because it has a restriction in here, and that restriction is that so many bars have to pass by before I take another trade, before another trade is entered. So yeah, um, but in a trending market, it won't always get it right in a trending market. Be wrong again right here because market is trending, and that's the problem that I have with it. Now, would it get it right most of the time? Most of the time, it's gonna be right. So that's let's see, one right now, two down. You got that one. And sideways, it has no problems. Another good one right there. Another good one right here that made it. You see how we trending down, and then it wants to highlight them with the trends going down. If I switch this to just those shorts, all of those shorts will be right. Every last one of the shorts to be right, but I have to. It's some work that I have to do to kind of figure out how to get it to not put in the long positions in the trending market, which still means one is going to end up being wrong because you never know where the market's going to turn around. But it gets it right again right there. It doesn't quite make it on this one, and it shouldn't have did it anyway because yeah. So have to see what I'm saying. Trending market is going to be all wrong. I'm going to get it wrong several times in the trending market. I'll figure it out soon. I'll figure it out soon. Like this is a ranging market, so you can see how much better it does. If the market is ranging, it'll hit them. It'll hit them. If the market is trending, uh-uh. It'll still look at the strength of the RSI, or yeah, in this case, it does use the RSI. It'll still look at the strength of the RSI when the RSI hits extremities, um, and think that a reversal is incoming, and it's not. It's a buy the dip instead of shorten the rip. It's a buy the dip, but it doesn't recognize it. So yeah, I'm working on it. I tried to do, um, I tried to do, market structure on it, and, the problem I found with it when I was trying to do market structure on it was that even the small breaks in market structure got calculated in. Now on a higher time frame outside of 15 minutes, maybe more glorious than all of the whipsaw and price action that takes place on a 15-minute time frame, which causes you to overtrade too, which causes you to not be as successful. Like, even though it can identify you, "Hey, this is topping," it might come in wrong. Like, both of these could have been solid, could have been solid. But the problem in here, a small deviation, the smallest deviation in, that RSI is gonna trigger it. Yep, and that'll fix that, the smallest deviation. You see a bear div both times right here. You put in a bear div. Um, you can't see it, but the RSI bear div both times. Would it have gotten it right? It actually didn't bear div right here. I know I thought it bear div right there, but it didn't. The bear div was right here. See, the calls are really, really stronger on the higher the time frame you go. That would have been a good call. That would have been a good call. This wasn't bad. Like you would have got chopped up, but your stop loss would have definitely been hit. But it's still it's a work in progress. I'm trying with it. I'm trying with it. See how much more horrible it gets. That was a good call right there. That's a good call right there. The calls get better, except there we go with that trend again. We're trending down and it's trying to capture this move to the downside, and you can see we put in a bullish divergence through here. So it won't catch that bull. I could change it to just only do the bullish divergence, which would be even less trades. So it'll be a lot stricter. Just keep the same logic, but add in the bullish and bearish divergence. So that one's wrong. That one's right again. In here, with bear div, it can't fix that. There's no bear div there. It'll get a lot of them right. You win more than you lose, but still. And then some of the trades, it's some reason it does them like this, where it barely picks up anything. I don't know how to fix that yet either, so I have to fix that too. And I think the settings on it, which you can just, eyeball the trade for yourself and not try to do all that. Uh, you're looking at using, okay, which is your, did I set this in here? No, I got this for 73.27, which is basically gonna be 75 though, 75.25. So your RSI link will remain the same, but usually 70 is just not the high. 70 is just not the high. It's usually gonna be somewhere around about a 75 if you're on a 14 look back period, and then a 25 more than likely be your low. Like even here, 72.28 on this 4-hour time frame. That's the average high, average low on the 4-hour time frame. And then if I was on a daily, like I said, it gets better the higher your time frame is. Like, it gives you less trades and it gives you better trades the higher your time frame is. So it gets better and better the higher the time frame is. So you get fewer. You might still mess up a little bit um, on your trend every now and then. Like if it's trending a little bit, you're still gonna have some faulty. Still gonna get some faulty stuff. But yeah, if you move for a 75, um, 75, 25, like I'm gonna figure out how to do this though, where Bitcoin is kind of just continuing this bear dip to the upside. And that's when I'm gonna change the strategy on it to more than likely, is it really extended? It really was right there, but it didn't matter. It doesn't account for bearish divergence or bullish divergence. That might be the fix. I don't know. That might be the fix. I'm gonna figure it out though. Keep saying that, and I promise you, I will figure it out. So you can, yeah, you could adjust that. I know that when I had it set to do like what you're seeing right here now with the average on this 15-minute, which is a 73.27, 7 out of 10 of the trades were winners, 3 out of 10 were losers. Which is why I continue to try to fix it. I tried market structure. I tried um I tried it, and the thing is, I'm doing it in Pine Script. That's like that limits your ability. It's very limiting doing it in Pine Script. That's my biggest hurdle. If I weren't doing it in Pine Script, then I could bypass some of the problems that I'm having with it, the trading view and the Pine Script and some of the like they're doing V6 now. Um, you can still do V5, but it gives you a warning when you're doing V5. but they have so many limitations. So I try to if this then that on it as well, and then, of course, TradingView will tell you that it might repaint or, it may not, fire off the signal, using certain coding that they make available to you. It still may not work right. So yeah, it's a problem a lot of the time. And times that and if you put too much, if you give it too many conditions, then that can be a bug too. Right, Bitcoin just still chilling out. Ethereum, at least on this one right here, it made it. It made it. Um, I left the fibs beforehand, the ones that it broke through. So the 50% retracement, which maybe it could line up right here again, but usually if it breaks through a fib, it rejects that fib initially, treats it as an inverse uh, resistance or something like that. But still just kind of sideways in here, a little less bear flaggy than Bitcoin. If we get it, and we'll probably get back into these lows in here with this gap in here. Then Solana just really flat. So now we can bother to look at Solana. It's just really flat. Price action superseding momentum, which again, that tends to lead to a bear div. You can already see right here, like price action is below this high over here, and you can already see it's moving way faster. So absolute rejection for that movement down. Possibly, like I said, take the liquidity that we didn't take, at least this liquidity that's sitting right here. So take both of these, and then we'll look at that as a double bottom, and then looking for price action to come back up and revisit the scene of the crime, which is going to be these lows in here. It's going to be mind thoughts on this move because we straight up didn't take that liquidity, and that's the closest liquidity right there. But again, if this if we're not at a low, if we weren't at a local low, then we're close by. According to the 4 hour, we're close by. We're still outside of the bands in here too. I believe we are. The last time I looked at it, this is what this 4 hour candle right here was still outside the band. So I think we're still outside of the band. So we're still expanding. We haven't even uh, come back inside those bands just yet. On the 4 hour, I am looking at this sell side liquidity from these lows in here. Not because I think that we're heading to this as far as the 4 hours concerned, not just yet, but it's still a good place for price to come back to at some point. If we just do this, go up from here, and then come take out all of this, and then the gap in here is probably just to that low. Yeah, it's just like that low. Just like this. So, let's go through and back at the low. The golden pocket right there runs with this trend line right here. I wonder if we have moving average that's somewhere in there. Probably won't be able to see it from here. We do got one right here in line with this ascending marker right here with the golden pocket. I'm not thinking this happens first, but it's still a good place. Hmm. still a good place. And I think that other one was in line with which we just rolling over at that point, which was in line with this liquidity. That's perfect. And it's a little pivot up in momentum. It's a perfect tap. I'm just gonna change this line right here so I don't have to keep drawing it. Then that way I can make it a little bit more perfect. And this, I think we change this now. I'm going to wait. And then this one right here is split. And just in case it takes a little bit, I'm just gonna do it with the rate instead. Something. Yeah, definite bear give and bear flag. So I'm going to adjust and stop on this one. I still have another long position open from 90,000. So we'll see how that one sticks around. I don't really have to have this one. I don't want to take that L on this one since I'm movement, movement, and it can stop me out. So I'm adjusting my stop on this one to just above my entry. And it looks like, and I can't really tell where I drew. me see where I drew this VWAP at in here. I did a VWAP on broken, and looks like I used this top right here. Standard, standard line, smaller down here. Doesn't look like this. Well, actually, standard one. It looks different in this finance charts way off in comparison. Oh, well, look, before I move on, I'm just gonna wait a minute and see um, if that's gonna be. But this take a liquidity, this liquidity right. We don't have to worry about market open volatility, that's for sure. This was the old. In that prior golden pocket. You can just use this one right here for that prior golden pocket. Let's go, Biddy. This might be another expansion on this 15-minute time frame, so don't jump the gun too quick either. It might be another expansion. take the bear flag measured move. I don't do bear flag measured moves. I don't even know where to draw it from because I really don't do bear flags measured moves. Let me just say I took it from there. Some people do it like this, some people do it like this. I'm already looking at this level right here. The 89.9. But look at that later. Unless we're doing another one of these moves right here. Hmm. Notice something. Let's see if it shows up the same way over here. Yeah, it does. Okay. I wasn't paying attention to the fact that a 400 was cutting through here. No biggie. Nothing big. It basically just speaks to this side of the move. That's all. It's that we've already given back up. It's here. You guys know who I miss on X? And I know he's posting elsewhere is Capo. I miss Capo. It's such a random thing to say, but I actually miss the dude. Capo. He's a really, 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 really good trader. Let me look back at Dash. See what Dash is doing. Mm. This is probably gonna take a while. I kid you not. This is probably gonna take a while. What is trading good today? Sea Red, River, and Maker is up. Maker's up like 31.7%. It's a lot. Maker is that expensive? Mm, just hard. I haven't seen Dusk in forever. I didn't realize Dusk was still rolling. Dusk is still out there. Chart didn't come up. All right, just waiting on Bitcoin to make a decision right in here. Um, hmm, nothing to be seen here on the 15 minutes time frame so far. Let's look at it. Does look like it might be a good trade. I'm gonna take a Dusk long. I got nothing else to do right now but throw away some money, so I'm gonna jump into Dusk. Make sure it's not following Bitcoin. Make sure I can trade it. can. Let's hope it's sitting at it. Trade desk. The dust is a real short on the 4 hour though. Ooh wee. Might get another little bounce back up here on the 15, but the 4 hours is short the crap out of dusk. It look like it's gonna get a little bounce. Price action's moving. It's been putting in bear divs on this part right here. Small bounce on it maybe. 4 hour. Dust just short. Like a big bear div on this 4 hour time frame. Big bear div coming through in here. Bear div across our side as well. Didn't quite get one right here, but yeah, this is if it comes back up, it's actually going to be a good short if it comes back up. 15 minute look like it might send it back up a little bit, so maybe back here into this golden pocket for a short. Yeah, usually a bear div and then a retracement into golden pocket without a V shape. We'll have to do it now. Back into the golden pocket, and then that's going to be a good short on dust. 15 minutes says to go. I'm gonna hold out for the short on dust. See how we do. If it comes back into here, or maybe I have to move it. Let me see if I moved it, then that would be taking out this little piece right here, and I want it to leave it like this. Consider a short on it. So that's what I'm gonna be watching for. Short on dust. See where the bearish divergence started from. Put on the daily so we can see where it started from. No, so 4 hours. Sorry, 4 hours. So I can see where it started from. That would be all the way back down here towards 10 cent. Maybe just 13. And shoot at this one. I think it could get back down to what was that 10 at? That's a lot. Some good even liquidity right there though. Decent looking 15. Come on, Dusky. I did not take the long because I saw a better opportunity trying to short it. I can see this long though. I can see it. The risk to reward is not as good unless it tricks me and it um, doesn't reject in here. Alright. It's up big time. 43.7. Bitcoin still just kind of chilling. I will look back at it if it starts to continue to move down, but it paused for now. Dusky is hitting a little bit of resistance in here, but for sure the 15-minute looks like it will break up through that resistance and keep pushing. And if I have to move this up, then I will. I just hate for it to push back into here. All right, price action slowed down a little bit right there. Bitcoin. Let's see what's happening with it. Any news on it? Oh, that's to be listed on Bit2Next. Bit units. Okay. So that was 4 days ago. Is that why it's moving? Straight up bear given. Might be a little bit more on that than crypto plugs. Ooh, no. Well, I can easily look back at it. See Bitcoin moving a little bit. I'm gonna come back to dust. Paradox is free Bitcoin. Pricing glitch triggers mass liquidations. Forces rollback. Come on, Dusk. You pump 40 something percent. And the minute I click on your chart, you want to get boring. Let me look at Rose. Rose. Rose is another one with a big bear div on it. 15-minute bear div. If you got a 1 hour bear div, 1 hour bear div. Pending whether or not it's going to have a 4 hour bear div. Yeah, all this weekend wickety wick on Rose. A little bit of a rejection on Dust. Still trying to get to that point. This is crazy right here. But it is leaning bearish. Let's see if there's some sort of pattern in here. 1 minute. A bit of a bear div on the 1 minute. Bearish divergence on 1 minute. Maybe if it finds some muscle, this would be the short spot for it right here. If it finds it somewhere in here. Like all of that. Yeah. Okay. Bring it in a little bit. Just so I can see it somewhat. All right, Bitcoin is making sure I hold that position for now. Still gonna wait to see if we don't get this up here. I still think it's a chance. I mean, the bear is everywhere. cracks. Something that just absolutely just stands out right now. Alchemist, only up 10%. Mhm. Mhm. See right here. BVB. Oh, this could be a failed swing low on BVB. Let's see the 4 hour. Yeah, be a failed swing low on BVB, so it's actually got some strength. Possibly. Ooh, Bitcoin, stop me out. God dang it. Move that stop too, but I'm glad I did. Now watch it go in the other direction. I doubt it. Probably gonna cool off a little bit more here on Bitcoin. We're definitely expanding. I'm just gonna hang on to the other long I have right now on Bitcoin. I'm not gonna just get stopped out and then go jump my behind back into a position on it just right now. I still have one, and if that one stays good, I won't need to. I still have a long around 90,000 in here as well. I did get me out. That's the one it just took me out of, and I moved my stop loss just above my entry, just barely above my entry, and that actually caused me to pay the fees instead. So, I got stopped out just to pay the fees. It's fine, but at least the $90,000 loan is still open. It's this one. And if it stops that one out, then I just have my short left. That's the 90,000 one that I'm still holding. But since it just stopped me out right here, there's no point in going back into the trade and just wait for it to move far enough away if it's gonna do it. If not, then I just let the other one play out and be happy. If we come in and take the liquidity down here at this low, then I will look to get long again if we get down to there. It's holding 3 like it did these last few drops. That one. At least those two right there. They both held 3 too. So it's holding 3 right here. Nonetheless, we did break this bear dip. Even this sell-off is slow. Must be going sideways. Still expanding on Bitcoin. It's still below standard deviation too. So we were still, yeah, we're pretty. It doesn't look aggressive right now on that 15-minute time frame, but we're still like on a lot of weakness. This is trend is down, and I always tell when the trend is actually down because it does this right here, down, down, 4 hour. It's like a golden pocket bounce. 4 hour look like it's gonna be coming to some sort of resolution on that one. See that? Yeah. I'm just skipping through stuff at this point because this is the old Fibonacci retracement issue of it. Trying to see what 4 hours are looking like. Cost got a relief bounce coming in. It might not do any more than what it did up here, which this didn't do much. I'm surprised this didn't fire off a signal. Looked like it would have fired something off right there. The 8% move to the upside with some chop to it. It didn't fire off any signal to this downside either. That's weird. It's the only one that fired off, and this was a complete fail. That's weird. Oh no, it's not. It's not weird. It's deleted the other ones. It deleted the other ones. I set it to delete them after 20 bars, I think. Yeah, that's what it is. I set to delete after 20 bars. All right, so this is moving a little bit more on us to the upside. I probably should have just taken the long first and then considered the short, but the risk to reward really isn't here on the long if it's going to stop, if it's going to cap out in here. I'm still trying to get through this resistance, which isn't working out too great right now, but it's definitely going to reach it. what I have found with the stochastic is it will do. I was moving a lot faster than price action. It will like continue to do that little move up, come in here and get overextended somehow in here, and then it'll drop down just to about right here, and then push back in here one more time to finish out the move that it's trying to make on price action. That will happen. Let's see if that's the case. Like this is a good example right here. Let's see if it wants to do it right here, because I think that this, even with the bear it is, I'm still thinking that it can come into this golden pocket and then get the rejection. This is a good example. No, it's not the best example. Mm, let's see right here, though. If that's the case. If it does that little V thing right here, it wants to keep going. It's not the best example, but it was definitely moving faster than price action over here. It might be a stale breakdown for beginners and then do the actual move down. Let's see where this needs to be. It's not really a pivot, but I'm gonna go with it. Because otherwise it's probably sitting right there. Yeah, I can still go with it. And it'll just be the 786 if it moves down lower. 786 would be the golden pocket from this low. There's 7 minutes left on that candle. I'm gonna try Monero though. I'm gonna open up a Monero position. I don't think I've ever traded Monero. Let's see. Let me check out this one. Might as well do this one. It's XMR. Dang, both being all the opposite. And could you look at power, please? Yes, I will, Loza. Power. Okay. Let me open up this position real quick. Um, before I get too far away. Might be a little bit of resistance in XMR. This crap logged me out, and I gotta log back in. By the time I do all that, Monero gone. I'm gonna take a look at Power for you, Logan. I might as well not at this point. I don't wanna be too far. Okay, let's settle them out what I want. Bitcoin's right down about 627, and I can 28. Okay, I just went ahead and set a limit long on it. Maybe I get it, maybe I don't. Power. Is it smooth? It's just like you wrote it out. Okay. Perpetual contracts or spot? And which exchange you want me to look at too, Loza? I guess I'll put it on Bybit for now. This is choppy, choppy. This is squeezing up here. This is something to be short, in my opinion. 15 minute anyway. Let's see, 1 hour. No, 1 hour is still okay. Extended, but okay. No, not actually extended. 4 hour. Lower. This is new. Very new. Wait for a second. Still in this range. This must be the standard too, right here. I think that that's what it is. Places incentive price action to return to. And the other one is slow in here. Which might be golden pocket. Let me see. Pretty close. me just see. Oh, a slight expansion to the upside. Once it got above that value area high, it did start to expand. I was going to say I didn't like that value area high, but it is starting to expand in here a little bit through here. That's cool. Um, the next triggered into more Monero. But Monero is still hitting resistance. Um, yeah, I'm still watching that VVV bit to next a bit more. Okay, bit more. This is on Bybit. Okay, bit more. I'm just gonna pull that same logic through here, but it is starting to expand, which is good. If it was gonna be a short, it'll be these lows through here, and that's where your gap fill is at. I think that was where yeah, right here was also. It actually pushes up through here a little bit, and there's these lows through here. That gap fill. And I didn't go for this one right here because of that wick to the left here. And then just maybe, I don't think it does this part right here right now. This is for some good resistance to here. Components to there. I didn't do this one, but it has components too. For a short on this one, this might be the place to do it at, somewhere around this high, this midpoint of the fair value gap in here could be a great place to take it at. Um, but if in the event, and I wasn't going to mark this one out, and you're talking about this one right here, don't really. Um, don't really like this one because of the wick over here, but it's still some great resistance through here. And that's the thing about this first one is if the candle gets larger in size, then the expansion is not the first. If the first breakout of the expansion is not the one you want to take, it's the second leg up from the expansion, which would put it right here for the short. So I think both of these are great places to look, but it just depends on how aggressive this candle right here decides it wants to be. Right now, it's not doing much of anything. Kind of slow. I would wait for liquidity to be taken before taking the short on it, and especially seeing that slight expansion in here. So maybe it's a good one to take from here, somewhere right here. See. Ooh, let me get the stop loss all the way down. really hard to mark out this stop loss. Maybe about a 1. Maybe about a 1. I don't yeah. This first one might not be the one. I don't know what your leverage is gonna be like, so don't let me even try, to figure it out. But whatever your leverage and your position size is, that'll determine your stop loss on it. But I do think somewhere about this top right here, and not the center of it, but the top right here. I'm gonna move my little check mark. Uh-uh. Somewhere around about this top, and if not that one, then it's gonna be this one right here. There would just be 2 attempts, if any, maybe just 1 attempt on this, and that just, again, depends on this candle right here, what it does. Because you saw, right here that this is some sort of an expansion is happening, just hasn't gotten aggressive yet. But liquidity, dang it, Monero. I figured that limit order wasn't gonna get hit, and that's on me. But we were tapping that resistance for me to get triggered in. They they signed me out. If they didn't sign me out, I wouldn't have been worrying about it. Uh, yeah, that's what I would do right here in this case, Loza. I don't think your short is right here. You don't want to short an expansion, a potential expansion either. Um, it's got a gap in it, the liquidity thing. I'll put it on my watch. And yeah, I did look back at VVV. VVV. It's gone without me. Just trying to catch that. Trying to catch that entry from this 15-minute on it. So I set the entry for 628. I figured it could slide back a little bit just to put me in at 628. That's all it had to do was this little bit right here to the top side of this candle right here. I will wait. Good 15-minute. Still waiting on dust to make that move up there. Little back testy here on. I might still go ahead and take dust in. I don't want to take them on to the upside. Dust. Oh, you so welcome, Luther. Good night. 4 AM. That's what did I say about this one? It still hasn't moved high enough to do that thing that I'm looking for it to possibly do. Um, and Rose isn't showing it just yet, but I still think it can still do it. 4 minutes left on this candle. I thought it would have done on this one, but it didn't happen. All right. I guess if there's anything to be traded, it is Monero, but it's gone right now. We'll look for the next short, I guess, on Monero. See what else is in here. That's probably extended. Aster, I haven't looked at Aster in a minute. It's down 10% today. Let's check out Aster. That's just bearish. It hasn't moved up enough to take a short on it. And if it does, a positive reclaim wouldn't be bad for it, but it's just absolutely bearish. So nothing to see here. Give that one a sec. Sui, we did look at Sui briefly, but yeah, still nothing in here for Sui. Just stinks. Probably don't have in here. Bubbles. I don't know if you guys are having problems on your end with me. I've been on here since 6:15. It's already 10:15 now. I can tell you before I go, because I have been on here for a minute, the only thing really is going to be, I would say Dust is going to give a good setup in here, especially with the bear divs that it have. And the 4 hour is showing a lot of exhaustion on Dusk, and it's already up 35.5%. I would continue to look at the possibility of getting into this golden pocket right here, golden pocket 786. I set it for this golden pocket. You don't wanna just ape into it. It's trying to get past this little bit of resistance in here. Once it gets above, as far as blowfin chart is concerned, 24 cents, it'll be above the resistance. But right now it is catching a bid on the resistance in here. I still see it getting back up into here. And then again, that could be the possible short position. Bear divs on the drive up, back test into here, and then I'll pull this up. I'm gonna just go ahead and do it like that. I'm gonna move that, um, possibly move that position, possibly move it. The short is gonna be the big play on this one. Definitely want to be short. Just trying to get it, see if we can't get that better entry on it into here. So it just hit that 24, 23, 20, 23, 24 now. So it's gotten above that resistance now. Dustin, hold up down to Crypto TA. Before you go, I'm gonna show you what you're not about to do. Before you leave this stream, let me break out. You break above this resistance, and let's see how this is gonna work out for you. Let's see. Oh, I don't know why this stop is up here like that either, because there's no way we'll be doing a 13.31% stop loss. No way. This will mostly be my own capital. So I'm willing to do 3 personally with my own capital. Maybe even some of it with my own capital. But no more than that. Which means leverage would need to be somewhere about no more than a 3x leverage. This was probably a golden pocket top when it came up here too, because of the air div. It was golden pocket top for the 15-minute bear div, small correction, back test golden pocket, and then the drop. So hopefully, it plays out like that for the 4-hour bear div. It's a 2 cents difference if you using less leverage, but you're required to use some leverage if you're gonna short, even if it's a 1x. And in that case, I would move, maybe have take profit levels in here, which would be your highs, 17, 22, and then this initial low right here at 24. I know this is closer towards the low. You never know what you have to get out. Whatever you would feel comfortable with taking profit at. Just some suggestions. Using routine as a 20% risk to reward. And then Rose was, there she goes, struggling. Don't need to move anything on Rose except for where your stop loss would be on it. I think that this was, mm, 8. They're down on here. Like a few. Momentum hasn't actually been great on this one at all. I don't know. It's only had this one trend on through here with that one back test. No additional pivot in here. So if it just shoots up to here, and I think that this is pretty solid. I'll just set it back on this line right here though. Reduce that. Otherwise it'll be what's through here. Do that one right here. I'm assuming that's gonna get to this golden pocket, and this is the low here. You can decide where your stop is gonna be at. I'm just gonna push that above that golden pocket. See if anything is running along with that. Let's just see right now it is. 2 and a 1. Got a 1 running up this one and a 2 running up this one, which is good. Confidence. Actually, if it breaks this one in, it might just come back into this trend line right here. 786. I should have hit that below something power on this 15. I didn't bother to look at 15 then. Because of the expansion, I didn't look at it. So it has nothing aside from this 1 hour. What do you have? No pivots over here in the 1 hour. And then the one chart that I didn't actually, I'm looking for liquidity to be grabbed. Yeah, not that one. 15. So that's the only thing on the 15 is this right here. And I looked at this, but I zoomed out on it. And the price action still moving way faster than momentum to the downside. So I still think it's good to flip back up here somehow. This is distracting me, but I know that these are the levels that I'm looking at. This one, and this one. It's just in my way. I don't have to delete it. I can hide it. This time frame. Once Bitcoin gets above, right now it looks like it's probably going to be 93,100. It'll be above the resistance point here for the 15-minute time frame, but it's not getting up there just yet. And that's going to be the thing for Bitcoin. And again, like I said, Bitcoin is either hit a low or it's near a low for that 4 hour. Just to start some sort of a relief bounce from the sell off yesterday. And that's it. So no drive this right. This time frame would have been different. This time frame would have been this right here, which another one to put here. I'll put this back though. I don't trust 5 minutes too much. And it's okay that it's coming back up this line because it was it was depending on price action being able to hold here. We don't have enough consecutive candles going up to call it a pivot. So if that happens here, it's still the idea of a short up here. This will just get moved once it actually confirms that it's putting in another pivot to the upside. Looks like a pocket bounce. So hopefully it holds up to here and finish pushing into the rejection zone. I have to be bored. It's 10:32, guys. 10:32. BBV is getting a little bit more of a move up in here. Now the dust cleared the resistance. It's looking pretty solid. 61% up now. It was what, 40 something when we were down there? It's just 40 something on that little correction that it got. A little possible inverse head and shoulder on Bitcoin's RSI. Yeah, could have taken that long. Started to. Said no, short is looking better. And this thing better not get up here and not give me the short. Rose either. Hopefully it doesn't do it either. I don't think that this changed from what I was looking at over here. Let me just make sure. I don't think it changed from this. Yeah, it hasn't. It's still just in between 1 and 2, which is a continuation signal. It stops being a continuation once it loses 1, but it's still holding. So still expanding. Once it stops being that, once it, you know, it loses this, but I know you want to catch it from the outside. Look is already gone. Still, it's deceiving on this 4 hour. I mean, on deceiving on this 15 minute. I think this might be the point where Bitcoin can actually get that break above that 93.1. It's still wrestling with it, but this might be the break on Bitcoin above that 93.1. It just needs to stop me out of that over long. Yeah, 93.1 above 93.1 and put it back above this lower trend line. And once it does that, 15 minute, it's gonna prove that it's gonna invalidate this potential bear flag. I didn't even check that to see what Monero is doing. Oh, I hope this thing didn't trigger my position. I might need to make sure it did. Oh Lord, have mercy. I forgot to cancel after I made the move. I forgot to cancel. I'm glad I even thought to look at it. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize any of this happened with Monero. And I failed to cancel. I failed to cancel the limit order. I forgot to cancel the limit order and I got triggered in. Oh my gosh. I'm literally about to cry. Okay, that's gonna do it for me. I've overstreamed and all it was flipping around on the charts, and I absolutely forgot to cancel that limit order on Monero. All right, I am down to crypto TA, and yeah, ooh, ooh. I will see you for market open. tomorrow morning. We are getting that push up on silver. We are looks like we're about to get that breakout here on gold from this little wedgie structure, just triangle formation in here. Again, what I will watch on gold is to see what kind of reaction gold gets around the 46.98 level in here. And if you see no response there, it may want to push into here. Could do something like mid center in here if it's going to be 47. Um, let's say 47.50. That's a good midpoint in here for something. But these were the actual levels that I was looking at in here. So if it gets around this 46.98 and it starts to chop, then it's probably gonna do a little bit more of a correction in here, and I would start to look down here with the previous day. Well, um, gosh, I'm just kind of thrown off right now with Monero. Um, yeah, it's starting to get a little chop in here. Could reclaim some of this candle through here. This vector candle, as Tina would call it, to start to recover some of this vector candle in here, probably back down here to a previous day high. Yeah, so that is silver. Same thing. I didn't draw a formation out here on silver because it wasn't as clean of a draw as it was on gold. But again, for silver, if it does manage to push up any higher in here, I would see how it reacts around 95.4. And if 95.4 isn't the solution, I would see if we can get up here to this 99. But that's going to do it right here for silver on this push up for today. I'm going to pull back, maybe come in here and fill in this gap in here. One thing for sure, if you get it down here to get it down here to previous day low. Again, you've been getting some nice bounces off the previous day low. I don't know how, if it'll do that, but definitely this gap. I would like to see it get into here though before that happens. And everyone have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you.